How's your Monday? Yeah. Hi, Nazama. Bye, honey. Wait, let me just. Hello. Good evening. Hi. Hello. Update. When I was crying last time, apparently my mother heard me. She was like, should I check up on the kid? Why is she crying and laughing in the middle of the night? Is she being possessed? Is she having a nightmare? So yeah, the day after, it's not even first thing in the morning. It was like dinner. And then my elder was like, were you crying last night? And I was like, huh? Yeah. And you were laughing last night while crying? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, I was at your door because I was contemplating whether to check on you. And I was like, oh, I was playing a game and I was with everyone, so I was crying but also laughing because I'm laughing at the fact that I'm crying. Oh, that was embarrassing. My elders caught me crying. Because I don't usually, unless I'm angry, I don't usually cry. So that was a surprise for them. Yeah, we have thin walls. Told you. I have a shoebox room. And yeah, I guess I was being loud because I had my fan off. Usually my fan, it's a bit rumbly, right? So it covers up more than half of my voice's volume. So yeah, since when I'm uh, I meant loud for the household. I think I told everyone early on that my household is very quiet. Yeah, so compared to the rest of the household, I'm being loud when I'm streaming. Yeah, we're all quiet people. And most of the noise that's gonna be in the house is from movies. Because Netflix is almost always playing on the main monitor, TV monitor in the living room. Mm. Hi, Gray. House full of whisperers, yes. Yeah, we are very quiet. You can very clearly hear the the animals, the birds, and the river, and the plants rustling in the wind, and of course the vehicles on the road outside on the street. But our household is quite quiet. Unless Emma has experienced it multiple times. When she went here multiple times during the anime convention. Double. 2 days sleepover. Was it 2 days? I forgot it. Yeah. Quiet house. Most of the noise is from YouTube or Netflix. uh, yeah, speaking of the game tonight, it's gonna be a walking simulator kind of thing, but it's supposed to be puzzle because there's the puzzle tag as well. So the tags I typed on to get the game tonight was puzzle, horror, and free. this is this is one of the few that came out. There's about a result of 1,800 games that are free and are horror and is also puzzle. And the icon for this one is quite attractive. The title is The 111th Soul. So it's supposed to be an experience. So I don't know. I'm thinking if they use the experience in the description, it's supposed to be a walking simulator of some kind. I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna be. Where's Magan? Wait. Hi, Captain. Wait, aren't you? Oh, wait, that was earlier. Good evening. How's your days? How's everyone's Monday so far? Yeah, it looks good. The title seems like meaningful, but then when you have to say it, the 111th song. I'm having difficulties just with that. Wait, let me just find the actual. He just woke up. Good morning. Wait, where is it? Speaking of, oh, A input or control horizontal is D, A. Left, right, up, down. W is escape menu. Joystick. Nanda. Graphics, medium quality. It got an unusual name and doing good. Got plenty of sleep last night. Nice. It's weekdays once again, so everyone must face the week with full rest. You got sick during the weekend and it messed up your sleep schedule. Oh no. Are you feeling better? I hope you feel better. Wait. Okay. What is... Wait, where's the game? The game, the call. Hush, hush, hush. Shoot, it's loud. Ah. You're fine now, that's good. It's dang loud. I can't hear anything. My ears. Is it too loud? Wait, let me just... No, maybe we can change it from inside. Where's the settings? My ears. There. That's better. Right. I'll lower it for everyone. I have a feeling that this is just for the title page, but... well, the pins. Can you see my cursor? It's tiny. It's just a dot. How's my volume versus the game? Yeah, I guess so. This is an experience and working my eardrums is part of the experience. Okay, understood. Shoot, loud. The game is still a bit loud right now. Let's see. Maybe... I wonder. Still loud. If it's... like this. How about this? Check. Game versus me. Volume check. Check. It sounds good now. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the help. Okay. Still loud with my own head earbuds. Should I put it? But if I put it lower, I won't be able to hear anything anymore. There's an ad break. Oh shoot, I didn't snooze it. Oh yeah. Let's read the description before we... since there's an ad anyway. Let's read the description for it for now. Where is it? Start page. Let's wait for the ads to end. Oh yeah. The only thing it says is that you will be embarking... it's just one sentence. What? Embark on a touching and creepy journey about sacrifice and how sometimes a person pays for the sins of another. Sins of the father, sins of the son. What? I forgot the lyrics. Crawling in my skin. This won't stay good here. Okay. 1 minute 45 seconds. What do we talk about in that time? I don't know what to do with an ad break. I don't want to progress because this is an experience, so every little bit counts. What have you all eaten? What the heck? I say, what have you all eaten? And then I just try to remember. Time for your shout out. Wait. Okay, let's shout out people. I,
Are you indeed lucky enough to be a wizard? Oh, look at it wobble! Look at it wobble! It wobbled for a minute, I swear. Oi, Muji, none of that. This is very lucky map no. Lucky map no. What do you mean, Moody? It's the same cut. It's the same dye you're.
And I had this can of horoyoy. I did sing mode, ASMR mode, mommy mode. I haven't played Superliminal. Actually, I should just play the Superliminal after this. I'm not gonna do it again. 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 And then I released, I think, especially since Mass is here.
I can't hear the shout outs
the
because
unedited raw
the game is
of
blasting into my
secret
ears.
cover song that I am.
So I trust you're all enjoying this barrage of clips.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. Just one AC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
What game is it again?
I can't get through to HQ.
The cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out in 621.
Armored Core? Oh. You customize your mechas in there? Wait. Oh. Is it from the charity? No, it's not. Oh, maybe it is. Hehehe. Yeah, the ads have ended, but we shall be. The Necromancer?
No way.
It seems like.
We got it. We got ourselves the world. We got it.
Osmanthus wine is
Oh,
the same
is it
as
the
I
design?
remember. But where
Is
are
it
those
the
who share
you?
the memory?
Okay. Okay, we're back. Wait, let me just turn on this again. Very loud. Wait, let's start again. Maybe it's quieter inside. Okay. New game. My name is Richard Silver. And this is my story. I'm Richard. It all began with the death of my grandfather. He wasn't a good man. Me and my brother David were raised by him and my grandma since kids. Since we were kids. Story time. And now, we inherited the damn old house. David was already working and repairing it for 2 weeks when I finally got some time to join and help him sell it. Oh, they're gonna just straight up sell it. Yeah, it's so awesome. I like the family name Silver. Nothing could have prepared me for what was going to happen next. Oh no. Nah. Oh shoot, what happened? Are some things lagging for the stream? Please tell me if there's like a unsynced or all deck silver. Ye old silver deck. What? Car. Oh, that's a pickup of some kind. When I was in college, I always dreamed of learning how to drive and then having a pickup, cause you can put an entire mattress in there and like stargaze, or you can waterproof it and make it a tiny pole. And when you're going somewhere, you can place a lot of things in it. And also, and also, usually pickup trucks have four-wheel drives. So, considering my line of work, pickup trucks seem to be a great thing. But then I tried to drive once in the cemetery and I bumped a lamp 5 times because I have zero control over acceleration. And my jittery ass just makes things worse. So, yeah. No, I cannot drive. Ever. Again. Okay? My brother's pickup. I better go inside to help him out so that we can finally sell this goddamn house. Thought it was gonna be like, and I can bring a lot of people in it, and I can make it an outside. I am not a people person. My idea of a good time is finding a place to sleep and eat and hide from the world. Oh, Grandpa. We walk so slowly. Are we gonna get dead because of it? My grandfather's old pickup truck. That looks vintage. Yeah. Okay, we enter. There is some kind of tank there. What is that? Oh, it's an antenna. Or is that a wind vane instead? Yeah, it's a wind, but that vane. When it's not milling anything, so it shouldn't be a windmill. Maybe making power generator. So much bad memories. Well, I guess it's time to man up. How do you open? Open. Bro, David, it's Richard. Open up. You must be busy with something. The door is unlocked anyway. Oh shoot. Open. David. Bro, where are you? Are we assuming this is in the US of A? Oh the zoom is weird. My line of sight is strange. Well, David has. I forgot to read. Oh no. Is that. Why does that look like. Ah, I don't. Grandma. You deserve better, Grandma. Rest in peace. TV. Doesn't work. What the that sound? Oh, maybe David? I can't even look at this picture. Where I'm looking at it. Stare. Not a good man, but he's gone now, so you can't say that much anymore. If this game was written by an English native or if the developers are from somewhere else. Let me just. Oh, it's gone. I closed the store page. But it says it only has English subtitles, so maybe it is native English. Okay, phone? No. Nothing for the carpet. Lock. It doesn't have hands. My grandparents' old clock looks like the hands are missing. The hands are missing. We have a broom. Brow? Brow? Shoot. Where is he? Brow? The ashes are recent. David must have been burning some old stuff. Look at that. old ass stuff and the grimy ass oven. How long has the grandparents been gone? What is this? Castle. Vacuum wheels. David? Bro? Bro? David? Tell me if it's a bit too wiggly waggly. You look at stuff and you get an internal voice making observations. Yeah, I guess so. So it really is just an experience, I guess. Is it here? I'm hearing tools. Bro? That's not scary at all. Maybe, possibly. Hello? Fuck. I don't like shower curtains. I prefer glass doors. Eh, you can take things in at your own pace, I guess. Yeah, well, oh well. This is not good for mom. Jumpy ass. It's just a cup with a green toothbrush. Grandma's old depression medication. A bottle of alcohol. Oh, we might be using that later. Okay, there's no one in there. Bro? Do I close this? Bro? Our old bunk. Me and David always fought to see who would sleep on the top. Shower curtains tend to collect more germs. Yeah, they do. And it's easier to clean glass doors anyway. And also you can isolate the shower area with the toilet area. So you can have two people doing their thing in there. Someone's someone's taking a bath and they won't have to wait until they're done if you need to pee or poo. Bro, I should stop trying to be so wiggly with the camera. This is dangerous. Cause I'm gonna get dizzy quite fast. How do you make it? We don't have sensitivity settings, so we have no choice. Strange! It's stuck, bro. You in there? Is this the only way we can go, bro? There's a dark area there. I'm scared. What is this? Just random nook, bro. The basement door's locked. Grandfather always hid the key from me and my brother, even from my grandma. What is grandfather hiding? Where are we going? Bro, where are you? Bro? 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 I can't even open the fridge. Bro? Yeah. Secret room full of pictures of his family and it's going to be super wholesome, yes. It's gonna turn out that we're just misunderstanding the old man and he was just shy and just doesn't know how to speak and express himself properly. But he worked his ass off for his family and yeah. Sure. Oh, there's nowhere else to go. Where are we? No. Bro, I don't know where to go. Stuck. Tools? Nothing. Huh. The curtains are so heavy. The movements are making me move. Ah. Well, nobody answered. It just rang once. It's just a wall. Am I missing something? We can't jump. We can't crouch. We're just walking. Mm, Uh, is this the puzzle part? Just getting lost in the house? Ah, gosh. What was that? I don't get it. Ah, uh, no. I'm more like side to side rather than up and down. I may be bobbing up and down, but it's so minuscule. There shouldn't be much of a difference. Or my eyes are naturally compensating for it. I don't know. Cause walking doesn't usually make me this busy. I don't know. This is strange. It's like this kind of walking seems to be what happens when you're just wearing your sock in one shoe and you're wearing your boot in the other, and you're trying to find your other shoe, and when you walk, you're just bobbing up and down because of the height difference between your two legs. Maybe I'm wearing one shoe right now. What is this? I can hear David working with the tools. Yes, that's the that's the reason why this character is Richard. Yeah, it's gonna make me dizzy faster. It's so prominent. Usually don't. Ah, where are we supposed to go? Are we supposed to find something? Not sure. No, I'm not singing secrets. Yeah. Well, this game doesn't have settings. If it had, I would have changed the mouse sensitivity by now because I'm waggling everywhere. What are these even? Are these walnuts? What are these? Peanuts. Close up of peanut. A chair and a line. Somebody has touched that one. Yeah, they look like walnuts. but they could also be peanuts, but very, very macro. Who would even put a picture of walnuts in their kitchen, in their dining room? I like walnuts, yes. I like chewing in them. They're expensive over here though, because there's no local supply. Yeah, my family buys the roasted ones, the pre-cracked ones. Yeah, and it's mixed with almonds and what's the other nut? Coating. I forgot. Yeah, because apparently they're good for people if you want to replace snacks and they don't have much of the salt and sugars. So they're a good replacement for things that you chew on when it's not a meal. Kinda expensive though. That's the only interactable door. Shall we go outside? Can we go outside and enter a different part? Am I trying to... where are we going? Uh, oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, it's gonna start to defrost now. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate, I will. I wonder if putting up a post-it on my screen would help my dizziness. Let me try that. I have post-it. What color shall we use? Green? Let's have this one in the middle of my screen. There. I have the tiny page marker post-it. I put one in the middle of my screen. Hopefully that helps. I'll cover my mouse, my cursor. There. Angular the pad. Okay. It just makes... we'll be fine. Maybe, possibly. What is this? I wonder. This still cannot be interacted. How long will the defrost procedure last? I wonder. The TV is not working. Grandpa. A lot of... Scroll wheel still doesn't work? Oh no. Would it somehow work if you like... Cause that happens to me sometimes, but it doesn't require me to reinstall Twitch. But also, some people in the review section of the Play Store said they have I can't English wait. They've had to uninstall and reinstall the application just to have the updates properly working. I don't know. There's a big difference with between a puzzle that has things that you can do in it and puzzles that doesn't have any sort of logic into it and just gets you to blindly try to find things to do. You're using the desktop version though. Oh, So it's the browser? Maybe, possibly. We need to open the fridge. We can't open it yet. Uh, how long would it need to? Is that an item? Huh. Yeah, no. Ah. I use Opera GX, so there are some bugs in different places sometimes. But otherwise, it's working well. I like GX because it's got limiters, so I can just put them on. Ah. Am I missing something? Probably. Am I not looking properly? Probably. David! I'm out here. Open the door. Yeah, I tried to open it just now. It still haven't defrosted. Imagine not being able to defrost your fridge for so long that it froze the door itself. What the heck? Am I supposed to do something to trigger the defrost? Oh. What's... Is that another... Why do I know it? I seem to have... Oh, yeah, maybe it's something similar. But seriously, this is making my head hurt. If I... The heck? We open the window. No? Ah, I wonder. David! Open the door! I can't even go out. Any ideas, everyone? Or are we just gonna wait for the defrosting to happen? Oh, this is hurting my brain. Did we do anything in the dining area? Cannot pull this off. It's just cover of the furniture. Oh, now what? The post-it doesn't work. I'll remove it. Ay. Woohoo! Fun Home is a similar-ish game where you walk around the house. It was popular with critics and faced backlash from others for not being a game or something. It might have been one of the first games to be derisively be called a walking simulator. Oh, but wasn't Gone Home quite something supposedly emotion invoking? That's why we have tags, because different games have different methods of expressing themselves, which includes their mechanics. Ah, but really, this this way of walking just makes it so much harder for me with my bad eyesight, my weird ass balance that makes my eyesight and my balance and my sense of movement worse. It affects how I play 3D games, especially ones like this where it's supposedly very realistic, but the movements and sensitivity of the camera is so strange. Okay, any ideas on where to we go next? Because this is not yet the frosting. It was years ago. Oh, I'm yawning so much. Just trying to trigger my how do you call it? When you're getting dizzy when traveling and watching the outside of the car, and you yawn, so you like recalibrate your um sense of what do you call it? When your stomach can feel the movement but you're not moving at all, so your brain is like sending signals out that there's something wrong and makes you dizzy to warn you about it. Yeah. Confusion. David! You wanted me to help, man. How's the doors locked? Where are you? I can hear you up there. Wait, if that is the basement door, where is the way up? How do I get upstairs? Wait, do we even have an upstairs? Does that mean David is in here? I wasn't paying attention when we were outside. I'm looking at the cars. Wanna go out? Let me out. Uh, my brain. Try it. Didn't do anything. Just ran. I wonder which one is calling. Defrosted yet? No? Uh, I am lost. If I get too dizzy, we're gonna be moving games. Wait, let me check my. Oh shoot! The two other ones I have are also 3D. Are we gonna end up playing Dark World? Oh no! Wait. Oh, David. Nice, sit down. Just sit down here. Hmm. Hi, Seven. Good evening. It's been a while. How you doing? I'm orange today. Yeah, we're all sweet and chili. Sweet chili sauce. Hi, Junior. Oh, everyone's awake. How you doing? I'm lost. Excuse me while I'm sparkly ring. Sparkles. Yes. I was gonna say it's shiny, but then, if it was shiny, maybe it's like a blue version or something. We've just been reviewing for boards. Oh, good luck. Were you attending the, how do you call it, review center? Or are you doing it by yourself? I'm doing okay. I broke my microphone about a week, was it a week ago? And so I had to wait for replacement. Oh, I waited. I could have streamed quietly, but I waited. Because there's been a gremlins in the house. But yeah. Good luck on your reviews. Are you attending the center? Because they have the mock exams, right? So you can have like sample exams, copies of sample exams. By myself sometimes with people. Maybe you can have a copy of the mocks from somewhere. But yeah. I'm lost. I have zero progress. I just got in the house, defrosted the fridge, and now I'm just walking. How you been going to the review center? Wow, that hurts. This walking animation method, POV, is hurting my brain. I would prefer to be jumping on my own volition, but this is wiggling, waggling. 111th soul. Will you be the 112th? I have a feeling we are the 111th, but we might be the 112th if David was taken. I'm still hearing David in there. That hurts. Hi. Hi, Max. Good morning. Wait, is it? It's getting pretty late in the day. Yeah, I'm getting headache. And I'm not making progress. We've been walking around in this place for more than 13 minutes now. I wonder if I should just talk about spoopy stories with everyone, because I have a lot of those. Should we just have a just chatting stream and just talk about spoopy stories? What do y'all think? Because This game is hurting my. I'm sweating. I'm having cold sweats right now. Yeah, it's a few more minutes and I'm gonna start feeling nausea. So I should stop. Are you okay with can you play the iPads? Are you all okay with just having a spoopy story, Zatsu? And I'll just tell you all spoopy stories. We can share spoopy stories. Yes, okay. Let me just move then. I'll try to play it again. Somehow. Wait, where are we? Here. Here, look at this, Evan and Junya. The reason why I'm orange because the entire overlay has become orange. Wait, let me just exit. I just clicked escape on the game and then suddenly it says what is strafing? FPS players, what is strafing? The strafe nani? Yeah. And there's dialogue options. I'll quit. Strafing is when you move in one direction, left or right, while still facing forward. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me just move this here so I can see everyone much clearer. Okay. Eh, I'm gonna change. You do a lot moving around enemies in FPS games. I'm bad at I am bad at strafing. I'm the kind of person that needs to stop right where I am when I'm aiming. It's so bad. I rely on shields a lot. Wait. It's a bad habit, okay. I've never corrected it. I always catch bullets with my own face. Like, I should be. Are you still hearing the game? I still hear David in the drill. Strafing is standard in first-person games, but that use WASD is technically strafing. Not hearing the game anymore. Okay. We're going. Okay. Okay, I need more water, maybe possible. Okay, I need to change this. It's settings. Let's move on to just chatting. There. Remove tags. Done. And okay. How do we do this? I can't. I was earlier when I offered to tell spooky stories. One of the reasons for that is because I am very. Oh shoot. When I am a small wee child. No. When I was in. How'd you call it? When I'm a student I am a student of the world, but I mean when I'm in school. When I was in school the entire time, I am so very interested in folklore, mythologies, the occult, and stuff. One of the reasons for that is because my maternal family, the maternal side of the family, are believes in the creatures in the mountains. As you can see, we are entities upon ourselves, so we have a large respect for the older inhabitants of the land, of the mystical inhabitants of the land and the seas and the skies and the earth. So yeah, because of that, we have a lot of stories and experiences about those kind of things. And when I started studying in the how do you call it, in the formal education institutions, I came across mythologies and folklores from different cultures, and I find them quite interesting when being compared with my previous experience in my own life. So yeah, disclaimer: I respect everyone's pers- perspective or preferences with these things. Like, if you don't believe them, if you find them just fictitious, then that's fine. Everyone has their own life experiences. It just so happens that my life experiences includes those kind of things. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm offering to tell stories, because I have a lot of them. Much of my childhood is quite colorful regards to non-human stuff. So, I wonder where should we start? Does anyone want to trigger a story one way or another? I don't know where to start, or if you want me to start from somewhere, cause how should I call it? The problem with having a lot of stories to tell is that you don't know where to start. So if you're interested in something, if you want to ask about something with regards to that kind of thing, you can ask me, and I'll start there. How's my microphone volume? By the way, since we have the stuff, and are they retellings of folklore? Oh, like the version that my family has experienced versus what is told in stories, in the popular stories? Is that what you're asking? Like the comparison? Because there is okay, maybe I found something. If do you all know about wait, we should start with a fairly popular one. I wonder which creature is known to most people who came across folklore from the Philippines. Wait, let me think. Yeah, not sure what kind of prompt to use. I wonder. You want ghosts? Do you want entities in the mountains? Splits their body in half. Okay, Let's start there. So that is what you would call manananggal. The 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 Tagalog word manananggal, it means the one who removes, because it is said that they use their preferred food are unborn children. So the story goes, they are witches. It's like they are women. I don't know why it's always women, but the story goes they are beautiful women, and this is why in some villages, if there is a beautiful woman living alone, many of the villagers are gonna be gossiping that she's some kind of manananggal because she's seducing men during the day and killing the women of the village at night. But yeah, okay. So supposedly a manananggal is a beautiful woman during the day, usually with very dark hair, porcelain skin, and very seductive features. And by seductive features, I mean like voluptuous body, attractive, and a personality that seems to attract people to them. But somehow there is always something wrong. Like they don't like staying with everyone so much. They usually choose to go home alone. They don't like being in gatherings, but they have very attractive personalities supposedly. And and then, as the saying goes, when it's time to feed, some people say that they need to feed nightly. Some people say they need to feed during the full moon, and some people say it's only during the new moon and stuff. But yeah, the amount of times they need to feed on flesh differs from person to person depending on who you ask. But from what I've an average, don't laugh at me, but during college, I proposed for my thesis subject to be about folklore creatures because, as an entity myself, I'm more familiar with discussing them. So I wanted it to be my thesis, but it wasn't approved. So instead, my thesis was about horror movies, and I became self-centered. I was like, I'm already amazing by myself. I'm gonna show how the other people are amazing. But yeah, so what happened is, uh, during the day or the night that they need to feed, the manananggal, uh, if you check out the international or like worldwide classification of folklore creatures, you can find the manananggal under the vampiric creatures because they feed on human blood or human internals of fire and stuff. But yeah, so apparently during the night that they need to feed, the manananggal will find somewhere safe. Usually needs to have an open a a way to go up, like to fly, because oh shoot, maybe we should have let me just open my uh, art program, cause supposedly they have wings. A lot of the stories say that it's bat-like and like dark and bat-like, but some people say that they have wings that are basically they're like extra hands with skin stretching over them, and there's like it's a bit hairy and stuff. Do they hide their wings in their hair? Yeah. This is the two types of stars you're gonna be able to come across. Some people say the wings grow from their like back, from the shoulder blades and stuff, and some people say it's from the head. And there are some people say that it's from the lower back, just before the cut that happens. So yeah, they find somewhere safe, and then there's either standing or kneeling over there, and then they start their ritual, which is like they use oils. Some say it's from coconut or something. They use oils and they wipe it over their body. Wait, let me just, you know. Okay, let's see. Spoopy. They. I should have my background a bit darker. Maybe this. Where's my OBS? And some say that it's a different kind of oil, like oils that are extracted from human bodies, but the popular opinion is it's coconut oil. And I was like, virgin coconut oil? Those are very healthy. And yeah, so what happens is they have, wait, where's the windowed one? There, we can use this one so we can have that. Okay, so we can do like is this visible enough? Yeah, okay. So what happens is they kneel in their safe space and then kneel or stand, I guess. And then half of their body disengages. A part of their body disengages from their upper body. Some say it's just the head, and then some say it's like below the ribs. So like, where's my pencil? So like, the lady stands somewhere, and then she rips off half of her body, and then goes. Sometimes it's like above the. It's like include the neck. Yeah, the upper body takes off flying. That's yeah. So what happens was like, oh wait, pretty lady, and then like, and then like, eh, yeah. So what happens is part of their body disengages from the lower part. This is left in their safe place. This is very important because this is their weakness. So you can even see their intestines and internal organs in there, like it's coming out, and it's forcefully ripped apart, and they were like, "Grrr." Anyway, so yeah, so they're gonna be going flying, and then what happens? Wait, they have long hair, because you can see sometimes when they rest on a tree, like you're in, for example, you walk across a tree, and then this is you, and then you come across there's gonna be hair hanging out, and like, what the heck is that? And then you're gonna look up, and there's like a half woman resting there. Half of a woman is resting there, and just the hair is hanging down. And one of the other features is that they have very, very long tongue. Like, super long tongue. Like, um, there are different descriptions on how long this song is. Some say or how girthy it is. Some say it looks like it can be a weapon. It's thin and wide like a blade. Yeah, to make flying easier, that's true. Um, but some people say it's because it's a balance of things. If you don't, if if it's not for this one, it would have no weakness, so it's harder to kill. And everything in the world is balanced, so it needs to have a weakness. So I guess that's the that's the creator of the world being balanced about having a predator, giving a predator weakness. But yeah. So some say the tongue is wide and thin like a blade and it can cut you. And then some people say that it's thin. It goes into such a thin thing that the tip of the tongue, the end portion of the tongue is very, yeah, can't be too OP. Everyone's need to have a weakness. Flawed characters are more acceptable than OP characters. That's why many OP characters have personality issues. You need to have flaws, man. Some say that the tip is very thin, that it looks like a thread, because that is one of the reasons, one of the ways that they enter their prey's safe space. So what happens was they they leave half of their body, they go flying, and then they visit the house of their target. They say that when the beautiful woman is like going across your street many times in a day when she's not supposed to be there, like it's not near a store or they don't know anyone there, be scared because they're scouting your house or something. They're like scouting people that they can eat. Usually a pregnant woman or a young child. Yeah. Accuse someone in the community of being a monster if you're jealous of them for being beautiful and introverted. That is true. There are many young women that are either ran out of their community or directly killed because or one way or another because they've been accused of being manananggal. But you know, every country has the witch hunts. So yeah. So they will scout the house in the morning and during their hunting night, they will go outside and like fly all over the place. And there is this feature about the manananggal that they make sounds like birds. Like I can't make bird sounds. Like they make the bird sounds at night, which is weird. Because you're gonna expect only like what are night birds? Owls? The night birds are usually like deeper tones, but then um they have a very particular trill. It's not like tweet, it's a trill. Like it's not the twittering, it's more like trill, like there's a very specific vibration to the sound of the manananggal. Wanna hear me do it? I ca- hmm. I can't remember the pattern of his uh, I forgot. It's it's very prominent, and you know that it's not supposed to be made by a night bird. It's a sound of a bird that you'll usually find during dusk or dawn. So it's not the night bird sound. It's not the twittering sound of daybirds either. So that's way too monstery though. But yeah, so um there is a feature to the sound that if it's if you can hear it loudly, like very clearly, the creature is still far away from you. But if you can hear it as if it was far away, the manananggal is actually quite near you. Because it's trying to trick you into lowering your guard by making it sound as if they're far away. So, the louder it is, the farther they are. You can hear it echoing in the woods. That means that they are loud enough to echo in the woods, then you know that it's far away. But if it sounds like faded, as if it was like far away from you, then you know that it's nearby, and you might have been spotted already. So it's like recommended that during the nights that the manananggal um walk around a flyer. I was gonna say walk around, but then oh no, she got no legs. Um, eh, she'll be like gonna be feeding that night. No one should walk around on their own. Everyone should have at least a buddy to check with you because they do not. It's more difficult for them to attack. Where there's a manananggal. I got too dizzy in the game, so I decided to just talk about creatures of the night. Hello, Junya. We're having creature lessons. So yeah, you don't walk around without your buddies at night. Yeah. And then what happens if they find the house that they're targeting? They say that if you have like a broken tile in your roof, or if you don't have a broken roof, like there's no um openings they can take advantage of, they will use the windows instead. That's why you need to keep your windows closed at night. Make sure everything is locked, and your roofs are well, I how do you call it, insulated and closed up, because they will use their tongue. You have a closed window or something, there is a slight opening, you forgot to close it completely. So what happens is the tongue goes in, the tongue hi Rick. The tongue goes in there. They're like gonna cling to your walls like some kind of gecko. They're gonna be there with their long, beautiful hair, and they're gonna be using their long ass tongue to get into your through the openings in your house, and then they're gonna it's gonna crawl all over the person. So example, this is a pregnant lady. She's sleeping. Now what's gonna happen is, whether you're pregnant or not, they say this is the way the manananggal attacks the people. Use it to open the window. No. They're gonna use the tongue to attack you. What happens was they will find your navel, the opening, the marking left from your umbilical cord, the navel, and they will poke, they will insert their tongue in your navel and then dig into your torso until they find your internal organs, and they're gonna eat your liver and your heart. And if it is a pregnant woman, she's gonna empty your womb, and the baby and everything else in your womb is gonna be eaten. So yeah, they they suck it up like straw, and you're gonna end up with missing organs and missing babies. So that's their way of eating. It's like they have the long tongue and they attack people with it, and then poking it into people's bodies and then sucking up the important parts. And they say that you need your liver for living, yeah. But remember, you only need 30% of your liver, and then it can grow back to its full size. Even if you lose like up to 70% of your liver, it can still grow. As long as you have a healthy body, your liver can still grow. Yeah, the liver is the one internal organ you can grow back. And, and what was it? So yeah, once they say, no, once they've eaten that, they would not need to eat human internal organs again for quite a bit. They can eat people's livers and hearts, but high rigor. We are doing creatures 101 because I got busy in the game, so we'll just talk about creatures now. And so they will not need to hunt for quite some time. And some people say that the reason they needed to hunt is because they asked the young woman asked the devil that they wanted to be beautiful forever, and they wanted everyone, all the men to love them. So, as a punishment, like the devil gave them the beauty, but then as exchange for that, they need to do this cruel things regularly. And if they don't hunt, they get very ugly and very old very fast. So if they want to stay beautiful and young forever, they need to continue to eat people's livers and hearts and babies. So that's what the manananggal is. Manananggal. Manananggal. There. So yeah. As for um so we have information on the popular interpretation of the manananggal. It's supposedly a lady that is pretty and and strange and a weirdo. So that's the popular story. Now let's move on to my own local story that I'm okay, right? I have a manananggal experience. It's not a manananggal as in the manananggal, but it was a person with a very, very long tongue. Are there manananggal VTubers? I don't know. That would be fantastic. They don't have to have legs. They could just be floating with their wings. So, it's a person with a long, pokey tongue. Okay, hug chat. If this one is an experience. I was a tiny, I was gonna say tiny tot, but then tinier than a potato. I was like, wait, this was before I was 7 years old, I guess. Okay, so I don't have my brother yet at the time. I'm still the only child. So, um, I was visiting my cousin that is older 10 years. 10? No, wait. If before 7, I think it was, uh, I forgot. They're a lot older than me. This is the time when they have their firstborn. potato tiny. So yeah, we it was a time when um one of my cousins have their firstborn, and his twin brother has a pregnant wife. The brothers got married one after another, like competing to have a woman, but then and they even got preggo at the same time. And it just so happens that one is like a month earlier. So what happened was their house has one pregnant woman, one woman who just gave birth, and a tiny, tiny ass days old baby. So everyone went there to celebrate the birth, and we're helping out in the house, and all the people are drinking at night, alcohol and food, celebrating, yada yada. And children, um, we want to be awake with the adults. So I was like outside, um, in that place, in that village, people, when they're drinking, it's, oh, it's with everyone. So you need to have multiple tables. It's not gonna work. Oh, that car. And so, so the tables will be outside in the yard at night. So the drinks and they are there, and the food are there, and we have the lamps outside, and basically the house is quiet and darkened because the pregnant people and the babies are sleeping. So everyone else are outside in the yard. Is people are drinking and eating, and the kids who don't want to sleep are running around playing by themselves. That includes me at the time. So imagine this. The house, wait, I can just draw it. Okay. So, for example, this is the house. This is the back of the house. We have the yard. There are trees here, trees everywhere. And the other houses nearby is like here, and then a house here, I guess. Wait. No, house. This is top view, top view. We are doing a top view. So this is the house. And because the lamps are attached to the trees here, the tables for the adults drinking are here, and we have the grill there, and they're having barbecue, and everyone is having beers and whiskey and everything. So the tables are here, and the kids are playing just everywhere. And then this is the main house. The neighbors are here, and basically we're playing right here. And this is like the bedroom of the pregnant woman is right here. And so it's like we can see the window, right? What happened is we saw um if you know like rural Filipino houses, they don't have second floors. We just have very very wide house. We just have wide houses with a lot of rooms, but usually you don't get second floors. Yeah, wide house. And so it was just a single floor. So we saw a person on the roof, and we were like, "Whoop, they are like, Uncle, there's a person." And then they went away. And it was like, the adults were like, huh? Oh. And they didn't see anyone. So they were like, don't don't disturb us. We're having a party here. So the adults are back here again. And we were like, but there really was a movement up there. But there were trees here, okay? So they said, that's just a palm leaves. You're just scaring yourselves. Go play your game. So we're like, okay, we're playing a game. So everything is dark in the house because only the lights here are open or like turned on. So everything is shadowy and stuff. And then it happened again. One of our cousins suddenly said, they're back. But we didn't want to, I don't know why, we're stupid. We didn't call the adults. We just waited. We're just crouched there with our tiny ass bonfire. It's like really, really tiny. We made a little bonfire using twigs. So we were there with our tiny fire there and we're just crouching there pretending not to see anything and just been waited for the person to be moving and the person moved on the roof again. Yeah. I I don't know. We should be more scared. Now that I think about it, we should be more scared, but yeah, there were like five of us, so we're like playing and then when you're in a group you don't get scared much. But yeah, so we saw the person again and we just waited and they were like crouching. When you walk while crouched when you're sneaking in the game? Like that. We can see that they're wearing pants and they're barefoot because you can see the difference of the pants color and the foot. Like you can see a white foot. And then what happened was they moved. They were carefully like how do you call it? Stealthing over in this direction. And then they jumped. They like hopped across the roof. And this is like 10 feet or something. Because it's wide enough to have a a a a, a car and a motorcycle in there. Yeah. Like Spider-Man. They're like hopped over there. And then they stopped here on top of the roof of our house and they were still crouching and we can see his arms and I remember he's like thin. It's a guy. It's a man. And they have scrawny arms. I remember it because even as a child I like well sculpted arms. I like the arms of hardworking people. And I remember they have like scrawny arms. It's so like bony. And I was like, person, naked on top of the house. It was like, eh, and 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 we were like, that's when we started screaming because when they jumped over there, and then what happened was they faced us. When my companions started screaming, um, the person on top of the house looked at us, and I I don't know, is it just like memory because they have a big ass mouth, like face, face, okay, face, big, big mouth, and it was like rah, like like rah. It's not a grin, it's like rah kind of thing, and you can see their white teeth and their tongue is like hanging out, and it's strangely long. It's not long like thread like as per the description. It's like you can still like justify it as a human's tongue because the shape is still like that, but it's just way too long for a normal person. And and it's dark, right? They're like topless. They're wearing pants. They're shoeless and topless, and they have dark hair like a normal guy and stuff. And and their eyes is like a cat. Like you can see the glowing, like it's reflecting the light from the yard because everything here is dark, right? We have a tiny bonfire and most of the lights are here. So everything here is dark. And you can see the reflection of the light from the lamps here, and their eyes are glowing. And then we started, and then everyone in this area started screaming, and the adults were like suddenly standing and what's happening? And then the person here started running across the roof, and then they were like, the movement is so strange because they're scrawny and I don't know. It's like they're running. How do you call it? They're very bouncy, and their arms are like swinging way too much. The swinging is way too large. It's a strange movement. It's not a very human movement. And then somebody in the group that went standing and then running towards her tossed. This is gonna be funny. They tossed their stool, the chair, monoblock chair. The it's a stool with four legs and the connecting thing here, and it's plastic. It's the hard plastic monoblock plastic one, and usually white. It's all that it's white. They tossed it at the roof at the person, and it bounced off of the back of the person just before they jumped onto this next roof and then ran away in this direction. So it's not a hallucination. There's an actual person that ran across the roofs, and one of um the drinkers over here managed to toss to like yeet. They yeeted their chair at the person at the thing running across the roof. Yeah. So yeah, and then afterwards the next day, when they reported it to the barangay captain did a basically the village chief or whatever. It's the local political leader. They said that they've received reports of manananggal, and it's the same guy from the descriptions of the people. And apparently, somebody has already got attacked, and their neck was like apparently sliced by the person's tongue because they have a when you have let me see, if you have a house and you have a flat area here, you can have pigeon houses in there. So they were tending to their pigeons, and then suddenly this supposed manananggal um attacked them and then like whipped their neck with the tongue. So they end up with a like some kind of wound that looks like it's like whip marks or what's the English for latay? A welt. A welt. So it's uh they have a bleeding welt in their neck from the creature's tongue. So yeah, someone got injured, and then many people have reported that the person is lurking in the roofs of people with like pregnant women. So yeah, in a village with about 200 people and 80 households, that's a big deal. Yeah. It's when you hit your, for example, if you use a roller to hit your arm really, really hard and really, really fast, you're gonna have a raised wound, like swollen part. And that's what you call a welt. The marks left by a whip is called a welt. Yeah. It's latay in Tagalog. In Filipino. So yeah, that's you're talking about welt? I didn't. No, never mind. We're not talking about gacha and my frustration with my bad RNG forever. Ay, so yeah, that's my story about manananggal. Any anything that interests you after that? I wonder how's this gonna work. I'll try my best. Okay. What other is there any other creatures? Because I'm gonna choose one of my own. Eh, if you can a manananggal feel their other half while split? Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that part. So okay. So when a manananggal slips their like splits their body, supposedly they don't have any questions. They don't feel it. They only feel it after they've returned. Yeah, you would only feel it after they've returned. What happens is um one of the ways you can kill a manananggal is to make them unable to return to their lower body um at daybreak. Is because they're cursed that during their hunt night they need to leave their lower body and when the sun rises up, the sun, this is the sun, when the sun rises up they need to be normal humans again. So if they fail to do the reattachment procedure before the sun rises, they're gonna die. They're gonna be burnt into ashes. That's the logic. Uh, manananggal, yes. And but yeah, so the it says that for this kind of manananggal, the way to defeat them is to find their lower body and then put put salt on it. Because usually when the manananggal hunts, they only come back at very close to sunrise. So you just need to stall to prevent them long enough from reconnecting with their lower body. So you put salt there and you know when an open wound comes across the salt, if you tickle their feet, do they feel it? They say that the legs can still react. Like it can react as if it was still living. Like some even say it can run away. But I don't know about that. I'm thinking maybe it just the pulsing internal organs and everything. But yeah. So they say that to defeat it, you need to do something with the lower body, which is the most defenseless part of the creature, and prevent the upper part from reconnecting with it. So and wait for the sunrise. Yeah, it's pulsing, it's breathing, it's throbbing. Oh yeah. So you need to either burn the lower body, put salt on it so it hurts to reconnect, or I don't know. Yeah, it's a very it's a cool if you treat it as a game, as a video game um creature. it's a very cool concept. It has very clear rules and mechanics, and yeah. Oh yeah, in the Indonesian game, what was it? I forgot. The one that they have, I forgot what they call it, but it's a version of Manananggal where it's only the head. It's only the head and the neck and the spine is visible, like and and her wings are from the head or it's just floating on its own. But yeah, it's it game mechanics or make it like this. Yeah, yeah. So the spine is there and the neck is like torn and bloody and the mouth is large and the tongue is sharp and it flies and you need to be able to cut the tongue and that would help defeat it. And in the Indonesian one, the only thing that can injure it is how do you call it when a blessed uh, uh, a pokey stick, either that or the sword used in Indonesian ritual in the keris. So it's a wavy sword. Keris. There. Was it keris? Yeah, yeah. So it's a sword with a wavy blade. Blessed pokey stick. It's it's a spear that is used in a ritual and supposedly it's wiped with blood of a virgin that can hurt bad spirits or something. I forgot. I forgot. So yeah, supposedly you can cut the tongue using this or poke its eye out with this. Mortal Kombat story mode, yeah. With the sword called Chris, yeah, yeah. I think um the Keris is available to any. It is a feature of Southeast Asian um cultures. Yeah, the pre-colonial cultures of Southeast Asia features a sword, a wavy sword that are wielded by the spiritual leaders and usually used in ceremonies. Mm, yeah. But for battle, they usually use the tabak shaped ones. But for ceremonial battles, they use the kiris, which is weird because in many paintings, they interpret the battles with the natives that the natives use the kiris. Like completely everyone uses it. But if you consider the writings and the stories from the Lakan and everything, most of the soldiers use the tabak. And then the keris is used only for ceremonial battles and ceremonial blade dances, sword dances and stuff. So yeah. Hmm. Oh, hi, Jingwei. Any other creatures you wanna know about? Cause I'm gonna do a random creature if you don't choose. Ay, yeah, I guess it's not practical, but it's used in art a lot. If you um I there's this one channel that they're a martial artist channel and they try out the viability of using different blades from different cultures in battle. And the shape of the keris has its logic, but if you're in a crowd, the more useful one is this shape, because this is very 1v1. It is more useful for 1v1. But yeah, it's very feature. It's quite unique to the Southeast Asian countries, so maybe that's the reason why they use it to depict soldiers or like warriors in the Southeast Asian in art. You need to go so you can't help pick the next. Oh, it's alright. Good luck on what you're about to do. Keep safe. So yeah, anyone has any request on what we discuss next? Because otherwise, I'm gonna start discussing Duende, the 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 Encantos. Everyone ready for the morally gray creatures? Because this one, the Manananggal, is often depicted as evil. Like, yeah. Ready for the morally gray creatures now? Because that's where my side of the supernatural comes from. Yeah, see you later. Thank you for hanging out. Even though it ended up not being a game. Okay, right there. So we kind oh, let me just delete this. So our next creature is gonna be the Encantos. So, um, I'm forgetting most of the term, but yeah, the Encantos are, and you will notice this is a feature of different cultures as well, both in Western and Eastern countries, but they're in many countries, in many pre-colonial um cultures, you're gonna find these creatures, descriptions of these creatures. So the encantos or the enchanted or the enchanters or the elves or the fae or the fairies or the way too many names. Um, wait, what was I? I was thinking about something. Oh yeah, having problems keeping my thoughts straight. Okay, so we have the encantos. So they are usually divided into two factions. Oh, wait. It's three factions, but two types, two major types. So we have the land based ones and the sea based ones. The, the river ones, the ones that live in inland waters, belong to the land faction or the land type. So when I see sea types, they are the ones that live in saltwater areas and in the lands near the saltwater areas. So yeah. So this distinction is important because this is part of their um not so much weakness as part of their respect for each other. They say that if you want to prevent any land type encanto from coming into your house, you need to have sea creatures or like um artifacts from sea creatures in your house. That is why there are many mountain people that collect the shells from um sea turtles or uh what's the I forgot. So sea turtles, and it could be like the shell of a sea turtle or the tail of the what's packing? What's this again? This fish. This fish. Stingray? Yeah. So the tail of a stingray, the tail of a stingray, the shell of a turtle, or maybe an entire amount of broken crab shells, and you need to keep them in your house, or you can sprinkle the broken crab. Yeah, buntut na pagi. Yes. You can sprinkle seashells and crab shells under your house, because usually in the mountain areas your house is a bit elevated, because you don't want to have, it's gonna cause moisture if your house is like sitting straight on top of the soil, and you're gonna have moisture problems, and there's gonna be mold and mushrooms on your floorboards. So usually in those areas, the houses are elevated, and you have an area underneath. Usually you keep your chickens there, or your pigs, or your goats, or it can be a shelter to your dogs and cats. But either way, you have space under there, and you can sprinkle your seashells or crab shells or shrimp shells under there, or you can have a turtle shell, sea turtle shell right at your beside your door, or you can hang the tail of a stingray in there. Anyways, the point is having an artifact from a sea creature um on your house or at the entrance, and that means that you that the encantos of the land are not welcome in my house. So yeah, that's how you ward them off. And then meanwhile in the fisher villages, and like the houses um the houses near the sea, or on the sea, or near the salt water, they're gonna have houses that um well, I'm gonna explain something else later. But if you do not want to welcome creatures, encantos of the sea in your house, you're gonna have like the horns of a buffalo, or the, I forgot the thing. Was it the braided braided hair from the tail of a horse? So it's there, or the antlers of a deer. Anyways, you need artifacts from the animals of the land area, and that's how you say the sea encantos, the enchanters of the sea are not welcome in my house. But here comes the thing. Most people that live near the sea take their livelihood from the sea. So if you wanna be friends with them, you need to do the opposite. And for example, you live in the mountains, and you want to have the protection and the friendship of the encantos of the land. You need to do the opposite. You need to have the horns or the antlers in your house in the mountains, or the shell and the tail or and the shells in your house in the sea. And that's basically saying I don't mind you people. You can be around me and my family. We welcome your presence. We will not hurt you. We just want to live in peace with you. Yeah. So there are those two ways of getting along with them, or letting them in your house or not letting them in your house. Either way. So that's the land and the sea thingy. Because they want to live rent free, probably. They've been in the land before even humans got there, so it's more like the people, the humans are asking for permission to live in their area. But yeah, so there is that. And the reason for the thingies about being invited or being friendly about them is because the land and the sea encounters are usually belligerent. I forgot the word. They are not exactly hostile, but they're not friendly either. They don't mix along. They don't like interacting with each other. So that's the land and the sea distinctions. And then the next distinction is between the three courts basically. So we have the white court, the gray court, and the black court. This one is the more popular one since it's available in many different cultures, whether Eastern or Western ones. So we have the black court, and you can say in the POV of humans, they are the evil ones. For humans, they are evil because they we're categorizing it by the POV of humans because for the black court, humans are food. They treat humans like cattle. They were like, "You're food. We can make fun of you and use you however we wanted." So they see humans as food, human food, or pets, or something. So they're evil and chaotic, I guess. They have very strict rules though. So lawful evil, meh. So they're the more predatory ones. Predatory. They like predate hunting humans. Yeah. So next is the white court. The white court are very against the black court. It's like they cannot exist together. They hate each other. And the white court, they say they boast that they are good. They are the chosen ones. They are the most noble of creatures in the land. Hi, Dragoon. Welcome, Dragoon. And they treat humans, they look at humans as if they were meant to be servants. They say they're noble and special. Special. They're the chosen ones. But they look at people as weaklings. They're like, humans are stupid and greedy and weak. So humans should serve us. Humans should be our servants. It's humiliating to have humans overpopulating the lands and the seas and occupying spaces that are meant for us. So the white court, they are snooty. They're snooty and self-important. So the gray court, on the other hand, are the pacifists. They don't mind the humans. It's like, oh hey, they're a different race, but hey, the gray court basically they act as the buffer between the black and the white court. And what you get are creatures that like having fun. Like they can play pranks on people, but they do not like harming innocents. So as long as you are respectful and you do not harm innocents, then you're fine in their book. The Grey Court are like they like life. Have fun. Hmm. Live your life however you want. Just make sure that you do not harm innocents. You do not cause chaos. And wait, they like chaos. Some like chaos. Some are like how does one explain it? Um the Grey Court live life however they want as long as they do not harm innocents. Yes. So they can play pranks on people that they perceive to be quite naughty and stuff. Yeah. Something along those lines. I wonder, how does one explain it? But yeah. So, um, the creature I'm gonna talk about is one of the races that are have members in the black, the gray, and the white. Because some creatures are entirely black, members of the black culture, and some races are only white. And some races are on either side and are also in the gray court. Like, let me see. What creatures? Hmm, entirely black. You know the water horse? It's in Celtic folklore. They feed on humans. They drown humans when they find them, and they lure human children into the waters to drown them and then eat them. And when the bodies are found, they say that is usually like bite marks from a shark, but for some reason it's not entirely eaten. It's like taking one big bite and then leaving it, which is not how sharks do it. They usually just get the body and then eat it all. But water horses leave the body to cause fear among the population. But yeah, to make sure that they leave their waters. So water horses are entirely black. On the other hand, in popular opinion, elves are white. Like elves and high elves are white because they tend to dislike um interacting with what they call as dirty or lower bloodlines. Yeah. So in many stories, elves are white court. Oh, and um, werewolves are usually described as being members of the black court and stuff, but that depends in the individual. And yeah, so the creature I'm about to describe are there are three types depending on which court they belong to. So they are called the duendes, duende, which is a literal translation into dwarf, but they are more like how do you call it? They're not dwarf is in the Lord of the Rings dwarves because they're way thinner. Usually the size of dwarves is like a a child, like right? But the wendies in the Philippine folklore tend to be smaller. It's like they're pixies without the wings. Like so. And what was I thinking about? Yeah. And they are there are three types that you can come across. There are the white ones, the gray ones, and the black ones. You can identify that from the clothes that they wear or their appearance. It seems. Depends. Because, wait, let me just erase stuff. Okay, delete that. So they say that the white duendes are very, very beautiful. They're pretty. And then the gray ones look like normal people. Normal or average, I guess. And then the black ones look quite homey. Homey. Which is just a nicer way of saying that they're not attractive. Eh, well, old people in the way they describe things, that the white duendes are gorgeous, and the gray are like normal people looking, and the black duendes are homey and like not attractive. But yeah, but and um what the described ones are, the homey ones are and the normal average ones, they tend to be nicer. Like they don't, how do you call it? They just treat people like neighbors. Meanwhile, the white ones are very, very judgmental of humans. And oh, the duendes have the ability to pretend to be humans, like they can transform into normal looking humans, like the size. They can enlarge themselves into normal people size, normal human size. And they tend to interact with children and young people and stuff. And they say that if they ask you to go with them, you should not go, because as always with any very relevant lore, if you eat any of their food, you cannot go home anymore. And if they invite you to their world, to their realm, it's hard to come back. So that is quite scary when it comes to the white ones, because they're so charismatic supposedly, and like seductive and beautiful, and and they they're just so pretty that some women are just like seduced away from their homes from by the white duendes. On the other hand, the black ones are very, very nice. Like they're someone you can be a friend with, and they shower you with gifts. Like they shower you with jewelry and nice food and stuff, and then they want you to go to their house because they're gonna show you something awesome that they're gonna give to you, and then you can't go home anymore. You're gonna have to live with them forever. And they really, really like innocent people. Whether to trick them into coming into their realm or just playing with them. So, my story is coming from my aunt, because she's a beautiful woman. She's tiny. My maternal bloodline, the women in our maternal bloodline tends to have shorter height. I'm quite tall considering my maternal family, and that's only because my paternal bloodline has very nice height. Not tall, tall, but tall enough to be taller than the average. So, rank tall, I'm 5'4.5". That's short because the tall height from my paternal family, my paternal bloodline, and the short height from my maternal bloodline went on to make me average. So I have average height. It 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 balanced out. If my blood followed my maternal family, I'm gonna be super short. And if my blood followed my paternal family, I'm gonna be tall. But I'm in the middle. So yeah, you got a 50 to 55 kilo girl being 5'4.5". Hello, hi. Okay. So yeah, my auntie, second to the eldest, she's really pretty. Like in our in the village of my maternal family, a lot of the women are have curly or wavy hair and quite tan skin. But for some reason, this particular aunt of mine is born with super white skin and straight hair, and she's super short like everyone else in the family. What do you mean? I'm not slender, man. I uh, I was gonna say I don't have tentacles, but then I remember I do. But then I I don't eat children, and 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 I do not look good with with no face. And so yeah, she somehow in a family of 10 people, she was born with very pale skin and quite foreign features. They say it's from the Spanish bloodline in our maternal family, but I don't know. Maybe possibly. So she has like light brown eyes, um, light brown hair, and super pale skin, which is very, very uh I'm when I was a child I'm a bit more tanned, but as I grew older I got a little bit lighter. So now I'm like latte. Wait, uh coffee latte. I I I I I I'm I'm still brown, but I'm lighter, I guess. I look I look Chinese. What the heck? I'm very, very Asian. Like, so, how do you call it? What is that, Rico? Honest, I'm confirming. Ren look Asian. Ren looks Asian. You have done buff, yeah. When that's my problem. A long time ago, I can frolic in under the sun without problems. Nowadays, I cannot last more than 2 hours. I'm gonna hurt. I don't burn, but I do get darker under the sun, and it hurts. I don't get red. I get browner. I'm like a bread. If you put me under the sun, I'm gonna cook. Not in the lobster way, but in the bread way. But yeah. So my auntie is a peculiarity in that village. Let her cook. And because she's so fair, she's just so different from all of the women in the village. And so what happens was she got a lot of suitors. A lot of men are trying to get her attention, and even the soldiers that come across that like patrol the area are trying to win her affections. And so she's known in our village and in the nearby villages in the mountain as a very beautiful woman. And but she's like, my auntie has like, it's the same with myself. We don't get attracted often. I have my type. I know my type. But even if I come across my type, I don't get easily attracted. Oh wait, I don't easily get affectionate. I can get attracted, but I will not be affectionate. But yeah, how do you call it? Medyo manhid? Onesama, what's manhid in? Nom? Nom does not work. Uh, Emotional constipation. What is it? Um, what is affection? It's soft and fluffy feelings for people. Resilient. Is it resilient a bit different? Oh, hi Araya. Yeah. Oh hey, we have. Oh,
Sorry,
oh
I
here
I
it
had to
is.
do it.
Is it the one when you have to repeat portions of the? Yes, it is. It's the doggies. It's the doggies.
I am the
Yeah.
predator.
When the reason you
I
die is
am the
because you
predator.
forgot that the doggies are hard to kill, harder to kill than the indifferent. Yes, I guess so.
What the fuck are you doing?
And I remember this part. It
Shit!
was so funny to get
Fucking
killed by the
wolves! Oh
wolves.
my god! They
Yay.
ruined my run! I will
Easy
never
dogs.
forgive wolves.
Easy
Oh my
dogs.
god.
Oh, how do you save the captions? That's strange.
I don't think I can ever
I wanted to
forgive.
be able to do that, but it doesn't happen. But yes. So my aunt has emotional constipation, is a bit indifferent, so she doesn't have a lover at the time. But then one day there's this person. He's tall, white, and handsome. Apparently, this person matches her so well that many of the men chasing after my aunt just stopped. And it's like, they were like, yeah, that dude will probably get her. And it's like, they're going on walks together, eating at the church together, and going to the market together. But for some reason, my aunt is like, there's something strange about this person. And one of the features of the person is they always wear white clothes. And when they talk about his family, it's almost as if they were like, yeah, they just resigned in defeat. It's like, unless this person failed somehow, we're gonna have no chance. So we might as well step back and watch from afar and see if he's gonna fail and stuff. But yeah, it's like this person is kind of snooty a bit. Like, he looks down on the people of the village. And that's why, like, my auntie is always correcting him. It's like, no, they're my family. They're just like that. You don't have to say bad things about them. And the guy was like, if you come to to my family, you're never gonna experience this kind of hardship. You will always live in comfort, and you're gonna be covered with beautiful things like you should be because you're beautiful and stuff like that. It's like, uh, it's like somehow, now that I think about it, it's like treating my auntie like some kind of beautiful jewel or like flower that needed to be like surrounded by beautiful things, and he's like looking down on the rest of our family and the rest of the village because like, why are you in this dirty place and like that. And she was like, no, what are you talking about? And if you're not gonna be nice to my people, you might as well leave because I don't like your rudeness. And my auntie was like, and the guy was like, oh, sure, sure. And what happens next is like, at some point, my auntie got invited. Like, oh hey, we're having a celebration in my family's manor. I want you to come with me. I'm gonna introduce you to my family and stuff. And then for some reason, my auntie got a bad feeling about it. So she was like, no, I need to help with my mother for 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 something. She basically made excuses. So um after multiple times of being invited like that and then just making excuses not to go, the guy stopped. Just stopped. Stopped interacting with her and then just she sometimes sees the guy in the village but never interacted with her again. So my auntie let it go. Not much of a it's not like she likes the guy that much. So she just let it go. But then after a while, this guy um started interacting with a married woman. She's preggo, pregnant, pregante. And then it's like giving her gifts, sending flowers, and what do you mean, Reeker? And and like just trying to be friends with the woman, and the guy, the husband was somehow like okay with it. I don't know, maybe because he was like interacting as a friend. And after the woman gave birth, the baby is so pretty and like definitely doesn't look like the parents. You know, the usual standard of the local beauty, like pale skin, dark hair, very petite, beautiful features. And so, yeah, basically the guy became a sort of uncle figure for the child. And what happened after a while that made my auntie remember it very much is when the child died. So at some point, the child kept complaining to her mother that her uncle, the guy in white, is trying to invite her to his house. And she was like, I want to tell my mama before I go with you. And the guy was like, don't tell your mama. She doesn't need to know. We're just gonna go there for a while. And I'll give you anything you want. You can have all the toys you want. You can have all the candy you want. No one can tell you when to sleep. You can just have fun. So why do you have to tell your mama? And the child was like, Mom, Uncle is trying to make me go. And the mama was like, it's fine. I- It's not like you're gonna get kidnapped or anything. And then one day, um, they found the body of the child in their yard, and they think what happened was that the child was trying to climb a tree because there's a lot of like tall trees in our village, and she fell off. Apparently, that's what happened. Because she doesn't have much of a wound, so they're thinking it's internal damage, internal injury or something. Uh, so they're assuming that the child fell off from the tree because they found her in the yard and she's not breathing anymore. And when they were having the lamay, what do you call it? Morning. What do you call lamay in English? The days that you have the. This is a real story. Yes. Awake. Yeah. So during the wake, people are visiting. People are visiting the coffin and like um uh nakikiramay with the parents and stuff. And then one day when the Lola arrived from Manila, because one of her children is Manila, so she was like traveled all the way back to the mountains to visit the wake of her grandchild. So when she arrived there, she suddenly got hysterical when she saw the child in the coffin. And she was screaming at everyone, that is not my grandchild. Where the hell is my grandchild? That is not my grandchild. And they were like, oh no, what's happening to grandma? Somebody calm her down and stuff. And they were like, what? And she just like screaming all over the place. And then she insisted on calling the priest and stuff. And then when the old priest arrived, and they were like, what happened? And I was like, that thing is not my grandchild. And the grandma was like, insisting that the body is not of her grandchild. And I was like, and the priest like stared for a long time at the child and then advised the parents. Didn't tell anything. Didn't say anything after. Just insisted afterwards that, okay, to keep everyone's peace, can we stop the wake and go bury the child now? You have the plot. Let's go to the cemetery. Just bury the child. This is this is the most that we can do now. We don't have any more solutions. This is fine. And so the priest said that it's the old priest. He's been there for like decades. And then the grandma was like, but where is my grandchild? Bring me back my grandchild. Somebody find my grandchild. And they had to like, I don't know what they did. They medicated the old lady and just had her sleep for a while, and then they prepared the coffin to be brought on over to the village cemetery, and they were carrying it. And then when it was on the way out, the grandma apparently woke up and then started making a fuss while the people are carrying the coffin, and she insisted, I know, I'll show you. And she was like, and the priest was like telling her, no, stop. Like, he's insisting that just let it go or something. And then the grandma was, no, I, everyone needs to know. And then she insisted that they pass the coffin through outside. Instead of going through the door, they pass it out through the window. And then and then just to like humor the old lady, they did that. Like they passed the the coffin through the front the window at the front of the house instead of the door. And then when they did that, the grandma insisted to open the coffin again just to show everyone. And then everyone was surprised because inside of the coffin, it's not it's not a body. It's just a piece the log. Huh? Just it's a banana tree. There's a banana tree inside the coffin. It's not a body. It's it's the cut off. um I have I have paper. We can draw. So it's like this is the banana tree, right? This part. This part right here. It's the log. Basically the log. They found it inside the coffin. So that entire time the everyone was seeing a child, but apparently the grandma who was said to have a third eye, um she saw that it's not her child, the grandchild. What is Babal? Yeah. I'm not sure what Babal is, but it was was that in Naruto the the technique. Anyways, what happens was the child was replaced by a log. They thought the child died. So there's a chance that the child is still alive. And even more suspicious is after that day, the pretty uncle, who was in first in love with my auntie and then suddenly chased after this pregnant woman and suddenly chased after the child. Kawari no jutsu. Is it the replacement, the substitution jutsu? And so yeah, apparently since then nobody saw the guy, the white clothed guy. He's not there anymore. Never showed up in the village again. And then about 10, 12 years later, there was a teenager from the as a family member of the one of the villagers. She had Balbal is a Philippine folklore kind of girl that eats corpses and replaces them with a tree trunk. Oh, possibly, but this one is from a encounter with a duende though, the white one. Hmm. So it might be from that, but this one is an encounter in the southern reaches of Luzon. Dox my clan, but not dox myself. And so yeah, um, the about 10 years later, like 10, 12 years later, uh, there's another beautiful teenager that visited um the 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 village. She lives there for a while, and then while like visiting around, she has a barkada. She became barkadas with uh, uh, a handsome dude, and they're like beautiful and mysterious and stuff, and they invited them to their house. And apparently, the house is very pretty and like very traditional Spanish style house. And when they went there, everyone keeps insisting on trying to make her eat the food there. And but for some reason, um, she didn't want to. So I guess it's instinct or something. The teenager didn't eat it. didn't eat anything in the house. But then when the apparently a brother or something of the dude that was chasing or the Barkada member, the pretty guy, when the big brother came, he came with the wife, and then she was like, "Oh, your brother's wife is pretty young." And the brother was like, "Yeah, she's a precious, precious wife of my big brother." Mm. See, it's in our family tradition to be very doting and very generous with our partners. So, and I was like joking that you should stay here in our family, be part of the family. And she was like, "No way, I have a family. Besides, I'm gonna go back to Manila after a while." And and the guy was like, "Okay, sure. But if you change your mind, I'm here." Eh, so she went home, the teenager went home, and when she visited Ricker, learning more and more about Philippine goals, and and when she visited the friend of her grandma, which is the house of the family that lost the daughter, she saw the picture. She saw the picture of the family, and she was like, "Oh, that's the lady that married the rich guy." And she was like, "Who?" And the teenager was like, "That girl. I saw her. And she she's the wife of the rich guy, right? The rich guy in the house, the manor in over in that direction." And then the family was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And that's my daughter. She died when she was 10. And the girl was like, "No, no, what?" And she explained that she saw the girl, the young woman, in the house with the husband. And are you gonna be able to sleep after? We're not even on to the scary ones yet. What are you talking about? And, and oh yeah, um, apparently what happened was they were like, can you tell us where the house is?" Because no, the house in that direction, the big house, the big Spanish house over there. And they were like, um "Girl, there's no house there." And they were like, "Really? Wait." And then she led the family of the missing girl, the dead girl, into the area where the house was, and it was just forest. It was just forest. There's no house there. And there was no like, "Eh? Okay, you can play." There was no house there. It's just forest. And she was like, "But I was just there this morning, this afternoon. What? Why? Where's the house?" And the older people were like, "Oh, you were lucky. You were able to leave." And then the family was like sad again because they realized that their daughter has been taken. Instead of just like losing her to death in accident, it was actually like taken. And then the girl was like confused because what happened? And so everyone told her about the story about the little girl dying and then turning her body turning into a log. And and after that, she was like, "Oh well, I guess my barkada is not a nice person." So she didn't meet up with them anymore. And then, on the day that she was supposed to be going back to Manila, there's like the waiting area in our village. The waiting area for the buses is at the crossing. So it's the crossing for going to different provinces. So the the basically the bus stop is at the crossing. So she was waiting there, and then her friend, showed up again, and he was like, you shouldn't have brought people near my house. And like, but they found a missing girl. There was a missing girl, and apparently it's your brother's wife. And we're like, and then, well, and then the guy didn't want to talk about it anymore and just told her to like take care of yourself because we're not gonna be meeting anymore after this. And my parents were like angry with you, so you should not go back here anymore if you can help it. And and the guy was like, thank you for the friendship, I guess. I don't know. They they separated on good terms, I guess. But yeah, so the girl didn't want to come back anymore because every time she comes back, lots of weird things happen to her. So yeah, there is that about him. But then over onto I oi oi out. So that is during the time. Shoot. This is during the 70s. That story is from the 70s or 80s. So we move on to the end of the 90s. This is my part of the story. Uh, late 90s, early 2000. So, my encounter with them happens, uh, during the fiesta. It's the festival of our that part of the province. So it's like, was it June 8th? Was it June 8th? June. I forgot. It's like summer. It's very hot weather, and a lot of young people and adults go to the um peria and stuff and stay up very late and go home very late, going to each other's villages to drink alcohol and eat a lot of food. So that's the time of the year. So um my at this time my nuclear family are living nearer Manila. So that time we went home to the mountains with everyone else. So the clan has gathered. Okay? So we're in the mountains now, and we're not used to it. We're very, very warm. It's summer, and there's a lot of people. And so the adults are going to the other villages on their own, and the people left are usually the younger kids. So there's just us over there. And at the time, it's still hard to have electricity in our place in the mountains. So we only have electricity like for 3 hours every night and during the day because we have to rely on a generator for the entire village. So it's very limited. So we need to have it only at certain times of the night. Otherwise, we only have the gas lamps and candles and those kind of things. And so, um, me and my cousins, the introverted ones, the extroverts are at the peria, at the fair. They're playing um games, gambling, and shooting balloons and stuff, playing cards. And so the extroverted cousins are frolicking at the fair. Meanwhile, the introverted ones are left at the house without electricity and just candles and very, very warm because it's summer. So we all decided to sleep outside. We decided to sleep. Okay, so the setup of the house is, let me just, our our clan house in the mountains is like, this is the village street. Our house is here. And there's like rooms there and everything. And we have a patio, and there's gonna be lots of trees all over the place. So we decided to lay down our mats, sleeping mats, in the patio. With it, there's a roof. No worries, there's a roof. It's just that everything else is open. We decided to sleep in the open because it's cooler that way. And we have the katol anyway, the mosquito repellent. So we have the katol, so we don't have worries about bugs. So we could sleep there in peace. So we laid our banig, our sleeping mats, in the patio, and we decided to sleep there. So we have our pillows, and we have blankets. Do you know the blankets, the traditional ones? They're very, how do you call it? They're like a tube. Somebody tell me what the tube like blanket again? Eh, Sama, do you remember what you call this kind of blanket? It's a tube. You just crawl into it. Sama, help. And usually the pattern is very traditional. A blanket, you can use it as dress. No, it's not a sleeping bag. It's a blanket. You can tie it up and it becomes a skirt and or a dress. What is it? It's a tube of cloth. Malong. It's a malong, and we use it as a blanket that time. So we have our foot out, our feet are out, and if you notice it, Onesama, I like hugging something when I'm sleeping. So I have a huge ass pillow. This is my pillow. This is me. I have a longer pillow, and usually I wrap my legs around that and my arms as well. So the banig is over there. Everyone else's have their feet sticking out like that. So their blanket, their feet is over there. And so they have, the banig is like that. But mine, because I was like curling up around the pillow, the blanket is covering the entirety of me. And also, my banig, my sleeping mat keeps curling up because we keep it like, we roll it up like some kind of yoga mat. And so we store it that way. And mine keeps rolling up. So that's the situation. Now we were sleeping there and we have candles right here in the railing over here. So we kept the candle on there. So it's not near our banig. It's a bit raised because the patio has railings. It's bamboo. So we put the candle there. We have a candle. So we have light. And everything else is dark. And you can see the trees, and you can hear the bugs and the night creatures. And but we have a dog, but they're at the front. Their dog house is at the front. So it's just the three of us uh, left in the house. Oh, and the outhouse, the bathroom, the outhouse is over here. Ning, ning, ning. And the well is, wait. Let me just remove this. We have a well here, and there's the toilet here, the outhouse, and behind, behind the outhouse, we have a bit of a cement patio because that's where we take baths. Near the well and the outhouse. So yeah, this is a separate outhouse and a bit of a open patio, uh, cemented patio because it's near the well. That's where we take baths. Okay, so that's the setup of something. And then what happened was late at night. When we have the candle, right? So we can see a bit, and um, at we don't know what time it was. It was late in the night. Like we've already started dozing off, and um, what happened was this cousin, the one in the middle. I was here. I was nearer the door. This is door. I'm near the door. The cousin next to me, started kicking out. It's like, don't. It's like, cause apparently he's feeling something at his foot. Something is touching his foot again and again, and it was like, kicking, kicking out, and like, stop, oi, oi, gumagano siya. And like in the middle of the night, it was like, oi, and like kicking out, and I kind of woke up. And I turned to him. I was facing this way because my pillow is here. So I turned to him and like, what? Ingay mo. You're noisy. It's like I'm sleeping here. I was like, paa mo. Like, your foot. And I was like, I'm facing the other direction. How the hell is my foot gonna be at your foot? And and I was like, and because we started bickering, the other cousin over here woke up and is like, the fuck are you two doing? And I was like, and he looked over at us and then he said, shit. And like, what? What? And then like, nobody moved. Basically, this is the older cousin. And he was like, nobody move. Stop. And they were like, what? And then he pointed his, when you point your mouth like that, he did that. And then he pointed at the middle guy, this cousin's feet, and he we all turned in that direction, and we saw this tiny ass person. He was the banig at the end. Accuse. And the banig at the end. So this is my cousin's feet. This is a blanket. This is his feet. This part of the banig is being rolled up, but oh hi, welcome back. So there's this tiny ass person, about just a bit taller than the length of my cousin's foot. This tiny ass person, um, they're rolling the banig towards my cousin's foot. It's like touching the banig, the sleeping mat to his foot, and he was like doing it again and again, like trying to roll the banig up. And then when suddenly this person, because we stopped moving and we stopped talking, this person, yes, this person suddenly turned to my cousin and then smiled, like grinned, and he's like, basically just smiled, like big smile, and then he laughed, or she laughed. I don't know. It's it's I don't know their gender. It cannot be construed because they're so small. They look like a doll. Imagine a moving Barbie doll. Like the proportion is like an adult person, but it's so small. And then they were like just smile at my cousin and then like flicked a righty probably something like that. Flick the sleeping mat so it slaps my cousin's lower leg and then giggled, like laughed at us, and then jumped. And it's like, the railing is here, right? And then our sleeping mats are here. This height is about 4 feet. This is 4 feet. And after the tiny person flicked slapped my cousin's leg with the sleeping mat. He like casually stepped up. No, we were frozen. That's when I know that my natural fear response is just freezing and not breathing. I was like frozen and not breathing, and I cannot find my voice. I was like, and the person casually stepped is like trying to climb a stair. It's just like stepping up, but it was this tall. It was like you're supposed to jump, right? But it was just one step. And they're suddenly here, and then they giggled again or like laughed again, and then turned over, like threw the candle down at us, and then my elder cousin, the one over here, this cousin, scrambled to get the candle so the banik, the sleeping mat doesn't burn, and then just ran away. That small person ran away into the direction of the forest over here. And they're like, it was so fast. They move so fast. And their movement is just like walking. It's like, how do you take this freaking, this is like an entire house length. What do you mean? I told you it's not scary. This isn't surprising. You want a scary story? Are ghosts scarier? I wonder. Anyways, they ran away. And when the elders came back, we talked about it and we told them what happened. And the elders was like, don't mind it. That's just our neighbor. That's just our neighbor. Don't mind it so much. They were like, oh, neighbor. That's the scariest neighbor. How? Why? Oh yeah, apparently neighbor. Yeah. And okay. So that's the end of it. There's another thing, but it's not our group. It's not this group of kids. It's the extrovert group. Neighbor. I don't. It's the neighbor. They're the what do you call it? The game? The mm, strange neighbor, whatever. It's there are neighbors. Apparently they're doing this. Hello neighbor, yeah, that one. So yeah, that's my encounter with a twin. Yeah, hello neighbor. So yeah, apparently entire generations of our clan have encountered that person, that small person. So yeah, apparently they're there in every generation. They meet everyone. So yeah, that's one of the That's one of the encounters that time. It was Ren's time. Yeah, it's my turn to meet them. Um, so yeah, this is the introvert group's encounter. What happened to the extrovert group is more terrifying. Okay, so I'll tell their story. Because while this is happening to us, a whole different thing is happening to the extroverts. Cause okay, our village is like halfway up the mountain. So this is the area of our village. And the fair, the festival fair is at the valley. It's in this area near the church. So everything else happening for for the festival is here. And if you want to walk there, usually people would use motorcycles, but my cousins at the time are like not allowed to use motorcycles because they're too young and they're drunk and they might die. So not allowed motorcycles. So they had to walk this entire distance. And it's like seven, five, 5 kilometers. Anyways, it's a 3 hour walk. 3 hour walk. 3 hours. 3 hours. If you wanna walk from the festival fair back to the village and on in that direction, you need to go across um wait, it's gonna be 5 hours if you go on the path because there's still a path. There's a village. There's streets. It's like paved and everything. 3 hours in 5 kilometers. Forest. It's forested and matarik. It's sloped, mountainous area. And this is the town. You need to go to the mountain. It's a whole entire journey. Yeah. Have to explain the difficulties of walking in the middle of the night, like midnight or past midnight. And you're going through unlighted territories. Anyways, yes, 3 hours. And it's gonna take them 5 hours, or I guess 4 hours, if they follow the road to the village. So, hi, Remy. So instead, what they did was walk. They took a shortcut in the forest. There's a forest here. Forest. We're talking stories. Stories about creatures. So they took this shortcut. And usually people do not take the shortcut. Because this area scaring. Is it scary? It's not scary. It's just strange. Yay, spooky stories. Usually people do not go through here in the night because the elders are always warning about the territory of the what's the horse? The what's the horse-headed person? The person with the make you have oh no, who knows? Is that a tikbalang? Yeah, okay, so the horse person is a tikbalang. So yeah, this is supposedly the territory of the tikbalang. For those who don't know, the tikbalang is some kind of giant fey entity, and they have the head of a horse and the body of a man. Reverse Minotaur. What do you mean? It's basically horse Minotaur. Because they have the powerful legs of a horse, torso of a man, but with tail, and the head of a horse. So a horse is a centaur, not the centaur. Neck ears. He's not. Anyways, we're getting off. Sounds like a meme guy. Is it? It's a horse. It's a horse, dude. And so this place is supposedly his territory. And you're not. Oh, shoot. Neko ears. Oh. Let's see. I'm not gonna meow because it's just an accessory. Wait. Cat. Wah. Hmm. This one? Wait. There. Another one. Is there? No, it's not. Okay. Let's use this. Then, huh? Where is it? Oh, there. 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 What do you mean part of the story? I'm not a horse. Double fake. Yeah. So, yeah. Where were we? Oh, yeah. So, since they don't want to walk until 5 a.m., it's like 2 a.m. at this point. Or what past 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So they don't want to be walking until like 5 a.m. in the morning. So they decided to just take a shortcut in the forest. They do have their flashlights anyway. So they went there. Wanna put on spoopy music? Do I have spoopy music? Spoopy music. I made this. Da, 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 da. Oh. Oh, wait. Do we not have? Oh, so we don't have music because I turned it off. I didn't realize. Do I have? Where's my this one? Whoosh. There. Wah! It's on top of everything. The album image is there. Why? Excuse me. Does this suit the situation? We have music box. Okay. So where were we? So they were walking, okay, in the forest, okay, and they only have flashlight, and it was yeah, Remy here. In the middle of the night, there were like 5 of them. Yeah, it's dangerous, but in our area, the most you can encounter are like water buffaloes, tamaraws, cows, goats, random chickens and dogs. Supposedly, that's what you're about to encounter, but then they had a different experience. It is. It's in the southern reaches of Luzon. It's in my home in the mountains. Okay, so they're walking. You're safe. Your area has a whole different set of creatures. You're never safe anywhere. So, they were walking, right? So, at the point where they can't see any more houses, like there's no more light and there's just forest, like trees around them and everything. And they're like laughing at each other and talking about what they experienced in the what you call it, in the fiesta fair in the feria. They're just talking about what they played there and everything, and then they're being very noisy while they're walking in the forest. And then at some point, one of them like sniffed and like, "Are you guys smelling that?" I went, "Sniff, sniff." And I was like, "Oh wait, is that tobacco? Is someone? Are you smelling the cigar?" And not tobacco, it's tobacco. Hey, it's cigar. And they were like, "Are you smelling that?" And then the others were like smelling it as well. And they were like smelling it. "Oh shit, you're right. I can smell I can smell the cigar." And it's like, "Oh shit, we need to go faster." And they started to walk faster, and while they were like trying, you cannot run in the forest in between the village and the valley because the land is not flat. If you think forest in the western or in the movies, there's like flat areas and you can see your path. No, this is rainforest. So they needed to walk faster in the rainforest. So everything is roots and moss. So you need to walk your way. So you can only choose to walk faster, okay? And so they have this, they're doing this fast walk up the mountain. It's upwards. Yeah, smelly. So they're doing a fast walk upwards into the mountains. And then they came across a patch of bananas. So somewhere in there, someone is planting bananas, okay? It's people. It's people of a nearby village. They planted a lot of bananas. So there's a patch of bananas in there. Now, when they are already in the middle of the bananas, they started hearing this cracking sound as if some of the banana trees are getting broken down. Like something big is coming across those trees and just smashing down those trees. And so they started to move faster forward because they do not want to come across what is making that sound. And then when they started like kind of screeching and then just trying to fast walk their way through the bananas and into the forest again, they heard the the breaking banana trees like the sounds of the breaking trees going faster, and then at some point they started hearing this loud stomping sound. It's like something big is stepping down. So they started screaming. They're screaming, and then they're like trying to fast walk their way. And then, in response to their screams, there's this sound of a bellow. It's a deep sound. It's it's coming from an animal. There's this big animal sound, and then they started smelling this musky, smelly scent. They said it smelled like cow. It smelled like farm piss, animal piss. I don't know, like old piss smell. And he started smelling it, and then the stronger smell of cigar, and then the huge sound of stomping coming at them. So they started like grabbing at each other and then pulling and then trying to move forward as fast as they can. And then when they were like doing that, and then the big sounds are coming closer, and then they screeched when they came across a person right in front of them, someone who's carrying or like tugging along a goat. They found a person. It's an older person. There's an old man who came across, and it's like, "What are you? Why are you running, children? It's dangerous here." And then there's the screaming, "There's something in the forest. There's something is coming closer." And then this old man took out his tabak. It's like the thing that you use to cut down. Why are you running? Why are you running? And this old man took out his tabak, the cutting sword, the farming sword, and then like march his way. It's like the kids, the cousins are there are 5 of them running in this direction, and there's this old man with a goat, and he was like he went in this direction towards the sound, and then he started screaming, "Oi, oi!" And then like waving his tabak, his sword. He was waving his tabak around, and was like, "Oi, oi!" And was like jumping up and down and like waving his arms around, and "Oi, oi!" And then suddenly the sounds stopped for a moment, and then the cousins are like hiding in the forest now, because it's just past the bananas this time, so there's like hiding in the trees and like ready to move again if something happened. And then the old man was like going crazy over here, making noise, and then the sound stopped. It's just the old man screaming now, and then the sound suddenly ran off. It's like went in the other direction and ran off. And then the old man got angry at the boys, at the cousins, and he was like, "Why are you here? Everyone should have told you that you're not supposed to be here, especially in the middle of the night. I don't care that there's a fiesta down there. Why are you here in the forest?" And then it was like, "Sorry po," and then sorry po, and then the old man was like, "Fine, I'll bring you to your parents. Come with me." And then he escorted them the rest of the way. Apparently, the old man lives in one of the villages here, so he took a detour just to send the boys home. I was like, "Oh wow." We only knew that in the morning during breakfast, and was like, we were trying to tell them about what happened to us in the house, and then they were trying. We nearly died, bitch. You got scared by a duende? No way. We nearly got hunted down by a freaking dikbalang. He was like, "What?" And so we exchanged stories that day. And it was like, okay, when there's fiesta, we all need to move together. No more this kind of divided thing. So yeah. I just realized it's 12:28 now. Do you want one more story? Or are we good for the night? Ooh. Are you scared yet? The stories I have are not much of a scary thing. It's basically creatures, not ghosts. Some more? Okay, one more. What kind of story next? Which kind of creature do you want to know about next? Ghosts? Ghouls? Okay. What else do I have? How about the one I forgot the name because it's Visayan. It's from my father's side of the family. Wait, we have someone who speaks Visaya. Hey, Remy, what do you call the creatures? The little dog with reverse thingy. The dogs that run backwards. Sigbin! I remembered. Remy, do you know about the Sigbin? Sigbin. Next story is the Sigbin. Sigbin. Something. Anyways. No dinner stuff, Remy. Okay. So the next story. Wait. But the Sigbin are like easy peasy lemon squeezy. You avoid spooky stories from your Lola? No. Why? They're fun. Oh, the black dogs. The black animals. Okay. So the next story is not the Sigben, because Sigben are like have very specific situations. Can only be encountered in very specific situations. So the next ones are the black animals. They're a kind of a swan. Like aswang. Aswang in the Philippines is basically a predatory creature entity that eats human flesh. And aswang. Wang is like, wasn't it like king in Chinese or something? Prince or something. Asking. Like so, aswang are like predatory, vampiric creatures. They're actually dangerous. Which one? The aswangs? Oh. So there are stories, different stories about aswangs, but one of the common ones is no. That's we already talked about that about an hour earlier. Wait, 2 hours earlier or something. And yeah, wait. Let me just cover. I should turn off my lights. Almost 4 hours. That's true. I'm gonna change. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the care package. But yeah. So the next story that we have. Excuse me while I go quieter because I don't want to be raided by my own elders if they discover that I'm still awake. Okay. The Yaswang are predatory creatures that they can change their forms and they transform into beasts. And they said when they're scouting their prey, looking for a victim, you can't what? You can't stop yourself. Why? Among Us. Wow. Speaking of Among Us, I played Among Us with in a collab Saturday. I mean, none of you knew because I didn't announce it, but we played Among Us and I failed a lot. I can't kill and I can barely sabotage. I'm bad. I'm bad at playing Among Us. At some point, out of the multiple, like dozen of rounds, 70% of the time I'm imposter and I cannot kill, and I had to rely on on the other imposter to kill people, and it was like, no. At some point, somebody was like sussing me out because, why are you so quiet, Wren? Can you tell me where you were, Wren? And I was like, I was I was in this location, and then I was walking to that direction. I'm telling the truth, okay? I was just walking around. So I told them where I was, and I was like, but and they were like, what you doing? What you doing at the time? And then, oh, you did this? What was the task in that place, Ren? And I was like, oh shit, this is I haven't ever done tasks in this place before, so I don't know what the task was. And he was like, oh, um, I went quiet for like 5 seconds and then I started begging them, please kill me, please kill me, please just kill me, vote me out, stop this, I don't want to do it anymore. And I was like, oh, vote me out. Let me be a crewmate, I don't want to do this anymore. And they did vote me out. The one time that I won as an imposter is because the timer for the sabotage counted out and everyone died from lack of oxygen. It was a free win. I was so bad. I was just walking around the entire time. What the heck? The one time I won as an imposter is when when it was a death. Everyone died from the sabotage. So bad. Anyways, so we have the aswang that can turn into beasts. And usually, they say they only turn into the black beasts. And you'll know if it's a suspicious animal because they're gonna be a bit larger than the usual ones. And in the area, in the province where my clan was, the common animals that are gonna be transformed from the aswangs. Yeah, the common ones are the pig. So it might be a pig, show up as a pure black pig. A dog, a big cat, a big black chicken, or a black goat. In my area, that's the ones that's the most reported. So, and if you're in a rural area, you know this. People don't usually lock their doors. And if it's really hot, they don't even close the door. They keep it open. So we have open doors in the summer. So um what happens here is um usually apparently you can see these animals roaming around and then trying to enter your house and everything. So you shouldn't let them. So free stuff. No, everyone knows everyone else, and when you have a new thing, usually you would show it up to everyone. So if it shows up in somebody else's house, it's gonna be very obvious. So, so the one that is roaming in the village at the time I was there is a big dog. It's like up to your hip. So if you're a person, there's this big dog roaming around that comes up to your hip when it's standing. The pig is cute. Yes. And so there's this huge ass dog. It's very black and yeah, basically you can ride it, but it has red eyes. So there's this one time the front door is open, right? Because it's way too warm to be closed otherwise. And my grandma was like dealing with vegetables. She's just dealing with the gabi leaves, the taro leaves. Because those are itchy if you don't clean them up properly. So she's like sitting on a chair over here. Yeah, red-eyed black dog. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card just. So grandma was sitting here. She was sitting here, and then beside our front door is the stairs to the second floor. This is like later on, because we have a second floor now. So I was there. I was just sitting here. Oh no. And then I'm just sitting here in the steps. And then I was with the cat, Kitty. And then the cat is sleeping on my lap. So the cat is just there sleeping, and I'm just there petting the cat. So I can see out the door, okay? Basically, I can see the switch. And what happened was there's this big ass dog because I'm sitting on the lowest step of the stairs. So when the dog came in, the dog is higher than I am, like taller than I am. So I was like, shoot, big dog. And I like animals, okay? So I was like, ooh, doggy. And I was like, doggy, doggy. And then when I called the doggy, what do you mean? I was like, oh, doggy, big doggy. I was like, doggy, doggy, come here. Doggy, come here. Doggy, doggy. And then my grandma looked over to the door and saw me trying to reach out. I was sitting and I was like reaching out, stretching my arm out, trying to get the dog to come in and like, I want to pet the dog. So I was like, doggy, doggy, come here. I can't stand up because the kitty is on my lap. So I was like, doggy, come here. And the doggy come in, and then my grandma saw it, and then she suddenly, very, very angrily, shouted, Layas! It means leave in Tagalog, in Filipino. She was like, leave! In a very, very angry, very, very big voice. She was like, Layas! and the dog froze, and the dog is already in the house, okay? The dog is already here. It's like 2 steps away from me. Yeah. Grandma basically shouted, "Get the fuck out of here." And so the dog is already inside the house. And I was like trying to reach for it. It was 2 steps away from me. And the dog just very calmly, it didn't even get surprised by Grandma. It like looked over at Grandma, stared at her, and then turned around, and then went into the street, and then sat there, staring at Grandma. And then Grandma was like just staring at the doggy. And then the doggy was like staring at Grandma. And I was like confused. And then I was confused, okay? Very, very confused. Like, why is Grandma angry at the doggy? And we have a doggy. It's in the front yard. The doggy house is over in this direction, outside. So I was like, why is Grandma angry at the dog? We also have a dog. Grandma likes dogs. And by the way, our dog is named General. Our dog is named General, and our water buffalo are Tamaraw. Wait, it's not pure blood Tamaraw. Our Carabao is called Captain. Our animals' names are so cool. We have a dog named General and a Carabao, a buffalo named Captain. Anyways, yeah. So I was like confused because why is Grandma angry at the doggy? And then I like scooted over in this direction in the stairs so I can see the doggy. And then the kitty, because I moved suddenly, it woke up and then ran away. So the kitty left me. So I was like, Lola, Grandma. Grandma is Lola in Tagalog, in Filipino. And I was like, Lola, why is yung bakit po kayo galit sa aso? Why are you angry at the doggy? And Grandma was like, shut up. Huwag ka maingay. Don't speak. And she was still staring at the doggy. They're having a staring contest. And I like scooted over to her side. I like slow walked over to her side, and then I looked at the doggy, and then the doggy looked over at me a moment. That's when I know that the doggy eyes is like red. When it was outside in the street under the sun, the eyes are red. But when I was like reaching out for it earlier, the doggy eyes is like black. It looks like a normal doggy, except it's big. And so I went over to this direction to my Lola, to my grandma, and grandma was like, turn back, like face the other direction, and then look between your legs at the dog. So it's like grandma told me to like do this, do that. Grandma told me to look at the doggy backwards. Like, look between my legs at the doggy. So I did that, and I saw the doggy was like weird. The doggy I saw before has like normal dog features, but this one is like broken. It's like the legs are different sizes. You can defeat things with yoga. No, it's just that Was it upside down? I was upside down. So it's upside down. But it's like, you know, like one leg is smaller than the other, and the ears are like broken and like in different places, and the mouth is like way too big teeth, and the tail is not, you know, the doggy tail is like that and then fur, right? But no, this is like, it's like an extra arm. It's like an extra paw. It's way too thick. It's like, what the? It's like the. Okay, good night, Rico. Rest well, sleep tight, and sweet dreams. Good night, night, dude. So it's like an extra paw. So it's very wrong. It's a very wrong image of a donkey. And I was like, I was very surprised. So I basically tumbled over and then I was hiding behind grandma's chair after I saw that. And then grandma was like, I forgot the name. It's an S name. I forgot. My grandma like barked. No, she like suddenly spoke a name. I forgot the name. It's an S name. Something. It's I forgot the name. But yeah, so my grandma like barked the name of the person, and then this is like wooden floors, okay? So in the floorboards, there's this suddenly hand. Imagine if you're like in a pool when you come up like, so basically this person, and ow, they're a very very dark skinned person, basically like charcoal colored, and this person suddenly came out from our floorboards, and like their hands are like that, and then they look at grandma, and grandma didn't like acknowledge it, like still staring at the doggy, and then the person looked in the other direction, and then looked at the doggy, and then screeched. Is this weird ass screech sound? It's like inside your head. It's not a sound you hear with your ears. It's a sound inside your head. It's a screech. And then the doggy like flinched and then walked away slowly. And then the dark person like went back down in the floorboards. And like and then they're gone. And then my grandma basically returned to dealing with the vegetables, and then told me not to tell my parents about the what everything happened. And then I was like, oh yeah, I didn't I didn't stay alone after that in the house. I'm always with my cousins afterwards. So I I really forgot the name of the dark person. It's an S name. I forgot. You worried about getting in trouble after letting you close to a dog? Probably. My mother is very against anything supernatural. She really, really hated it. Because she gets really, really scared. And yeah, even when strange things happen in our house, like right now in this house, she doesn't want me to tell her. She wants she wants people to pretend nothing is happening. Shadow grandma. Eh, people in the village tell me that my grandma has a contract with something. Apparently that person, the dark person, is the something. That's why nobody fights with my grandma. He has a contract with something. And when she died, no one took over the contract. So I don't know. Because none of our parents, none of her children allowed us, any of us cousins, to stay with her when she called for us during her last moments. She was like, bring the children here. And her children, like, bring my grandchildren here. And her children was like, no. So none of us got the contract. Anyways, my mother doesn't like anything supernatural. And you know when you can smell candles in the house when there's no candles open or like burning? And yeah, she doesn't want to hear any of that. My mother is very against any of those. Yeah. So that's it. I think we should go rest now. I hope nobody gets nightmares or something. Hey, let me just go back. So we're taking this off now. Where's my this? Oh, it turned off. Where's my here? Raid Shadow Legends. Would you have taken the contract? Oh, I'm not sure. I might be scared, but if there's benefits, I might think about it. Those captions, what did the caption say? If asked, at the time, during her last moments, at the time, I was very interested in the occult. I probably would have accepted. Possibly. Nesama, it's gonna be fine. It's not even ghost stories that I told. It's entity stories. So, if you're not in a place that got stuff happening in there, you're probably fine. Wait, let me find someone to raid. Yeah, wow. Imagine the dreams you'll get. Oh my. Depends on how was your day so far. Wait. Okay. We got 20 minutes before the ads come in again, so we are gonna have to go find someone to raid now. Yeah. No. I'm sleepy. I wanted to eat something. But we were talking so much I forgot. I'm gonna sleep, yes. I'm gonna also probably eat. But depends. Shoot! And now my back is cold. I still need to go out and brush my teeth. Why? You'll do it after stream? It's late dinner time. Eat well. Wait, where are we going to? Wow. Do you want to see the mining of Isaac? I'll bring everyone to Kaifer then. Kaifer. Kaifer is playing The Binding of Isaac. Isaac. How do you pronounce Isaac? Isaac. Okay. Anyways, thank you for hanging out with me. Sorry I didn't play the thing because I don't know how to play it. And it's making me so dizzy, so we ended up with stories instead. But yeah, we're gonna try to play Don't Remember Tomorrow. I don't know. Something called the Clubbing of Isaac. Is it? Is it true? Clubbing of Isaac, because either Isaac went clubbing or Isaac was beaten to death with a club on his head. But yeah, multiple meanings, just like all the other games by the same developer. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out with me, and I hope you had fun. You had fun? Was it fun? Was your story time fun? Clubbing baby seals. Oh shoot. That's where they're bringing to mind, probably. Anyways, you enjoyed the story. Nice. Yeah. It's worth it then. Anyways, thank you very much. Tomorrow we'll try to play Don't Play. No, we're not playing anyone. We're kind. Tomorrow we're gonna try to play Don't Remember. And that's literally the title of the game, Don't Remember. Okay. So for now, I'm gonna say good night to everyone. Those who are still gonna be doing something, good luck on what you're about to do. Take care of yourselves and stay safe always. Remember to feed and hydrate regularly. But for those who are gonna be sleeping like me, then have a good night. Rest well, sleep tight, and sweet dreams. I will wait. I'll message you after. I'm gonna start the raid on Cypher. And there it is. So yeah, the raid messages are up. You can use whichever one you wanted to use. And you can use. And yeah, I'm gonna brush my teeth. I'm gonna open all the lights and then brush my teeth. Anyways. Thank you very much for hanging out. See you again tomorrow, same time, same place. And as always, be wild, be true, be steadfast. Thank you very much for going to my Anchor. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. See you soon. We're gonna be raiding in 3, 2, 1, go!